Everybody, hope you're having a good day. It's Wednesday, and I know we were shooting this a lot earlier. The way things are today I actually had time on because I know what we're going into. It's perfect. We're shooting this a lot later. Anyway, it's Attorney Trilogy. It is the last part of the third case, the last case of the third game. Right to the turnabout, which we are in trial, to which it all ends. The trilogy, its journey has finally made its end. Let us dive in. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. District Lobby, Corporate Defendant Lobby, Corporate Number 1. And already, we're not even 5 minutes in, and I've messed up reading. Good morning. Good night. Oh, were you trying to like play me in Master Joe? Because I was playing Duel's Cup earlier, so I didn't notice it. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Sorry, are you by yourself? Ah, good morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. Were you challenging me I'm sorry, it's just the way each act works. We just play to the act. I'm sorry, we don't need it. And yeah, we're finishing this here. Okay, yeah. As I said, I was doing the Duel's Cup, so I didn't see it until like after. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, right. Quick question. Skills, do you think they'll have the tournament packs for Sunday or something? Do you think the locals will have them Sunday? Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in the case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then why come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. Yeah, my apologies on the cliffhangers, but it just works. If you're looking... Okay, cheers. Because Brother Saskins, we might, if there is a tournament on Sunday, we'll pop down. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. What? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Francesca von Karma? What are you up to? I know what you're thinking. Francesca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Yep, we're wrapping this up with Godot versus Phoenix. I think this is the only one in the original trilogy outside the DS, where the rival prosecutor is maintaining the last day of court. Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistant, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly as we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Gara intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I said that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. I still don't have the answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Tillotson. No, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. For anyone's wondering who's just listening and not watching, it's Morgan Pay. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Yeah. I mean, they're partners this time around because Edward took half the case and Phoenix is the other half. February 10th, 10 a.m., District Court, Corporate number 7. Court! Oh. Sorry. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hatsukura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Is that meant to be a good or bad person? Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Wow, he really quite literally. Therefore, I will be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. They're brothers. That explains a lot. Yep. My poor brother. He looked a little pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. That's precisely why people need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Conrad. I understand exactly what you said. At least until the end, anyway. And I said, I just think there's just a barista, like, just sliding those coffees like across the table. We just don't see him. Now then, Mr. Conrad, please receive your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hatsukura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? And just... got it. Hello. Hope you're having a good day. Hope things. Not actually joining to say that with no further context of why that was put up. Anyway, very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, I always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at the Hatsukura Temple. Witness, is there something you want to confess to? Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What isn't? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Tillotson? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hasakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Order on the court! Order! Witness! Are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Hold on. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Makes me to say this. It looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris' testimony crumbled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime are you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Yeah, I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket. I've been at Hasakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hasakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Crying Tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Crying Shallowing technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Order in the court! And maybe if I was at the first game in a row, then she's been accused of something. In a way. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. Objection! That's ridiculous! I would never do any... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected. I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it in the... I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystically strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only self-defense. Huh. You can't blame her for it. So it wasn't self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's spy to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday. Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that person... And that's the person who did go was... that woman. Iris even admitted it. And then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. I'm still going to do this. Force it happen this time. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You said yesterday that, on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you. What you said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? I was in the inner temple. Sorry, it was in the inner temple training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. Reading. That would be described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Ms. Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. Did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Fang? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Miss Maya was... Oh, wow. Also, thanks for interrupting that, Jason. Let me start again. Miss Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? She murdered and delivered a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached her rope for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger? Oh yeah. Like I said, we're going to stream tomorrow, so hence why we're trying to finish this today. Finish this night so we can go to the end. We can play the end of this tomorrow. Dagger, huh? And at least Wilson tried to stop her with this weapon to kill Miss Faye. Yeah, that's looking forward. I haven't looked up much, so I'm going in the pretty much blind. Yes, exactly. Ha! Oh crap! You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Okay, first off, he took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Wow. Second, I have a drink. I have like a drink of a soda stream Pepsi here, and I forgot that I was going to like take a quick drink when he brought a thing, but it didn't work. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Aris's testimony? We'll prove it. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last testimony to this. Sorry, your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, wait, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. She threw her staff away? Mystic Leech was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff? Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's odd, alright. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger. I'm sure of this. And then Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then she used the weapon she had taken to launch four first strike. Witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. The Mystic Maya hadn't done something. Maya Fey's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see. This is bad. I still can't pull the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's gonna get blamed for this. I only have this to say. So you're saying Maya Fey was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Silixum? Sister Iris, is that really what you saw? Yes. Objection. Right. Your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions. The only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this. I know that's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it. There's only one thing you need to get, right? It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold. What does that mean? Is God waiting for me to point out the contradiction? I'd like to avoid the whole spear channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, I think it might actually hurt her standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this. I think there are two things I've noticed that just don't add up. But I'm gonna risk it. It's a contradiction. Sister Iris! There's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Silixum throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't notice, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Silixum really had wanted to kill Maya, she would have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? Objection. That was an impressive bit of investigation, right? I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite inefficient at close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chooses to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something... Yeah. There is something strange about this whole testimony. Oh, Mr. Wright! The prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright? I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Mr. Oh crap. Because Mr. Leeson would never attempt to take the life of my effect. I have two things. Let's try this. Hello, Mr. Grant? If you ask me, the only thing that seems strange is the angle of Mr. Wright's index finger. Eh? Try sticking your finger in an electrical outlet might be safer for you. I'd rather roll. Otherwise, it might get bitten off the next time you poke it in the wrong place. Arr! I still don't... Mr. Luxon would attack Maya. Think about it, there... Oh, stop it. I did the wrong. Very well, Your Honor. That moves the... Elixosin would never have attacked Maya Fey. You're just gonna play this out this time. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Deluxum. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No! Not Misty... Mystic Fey. Misty Fey? Who is this Mystic Fey? Is she related to... Mystic Fey is the master of the crying channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is that really true, Mr. Wright? Is Lixosum actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Aris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her own daughter, one she hasn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Order! Order on the court! On first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in the world that is impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? Ha! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted? You have no idea, Gramps. Did you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I taken my first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. So I'm assuming we're at least on the 9th or 10th. So you're going to ruin your health, my friend. Oh yeah. Oh, cause lying could be made available now, couldn't it? I think. I'm still not one to guess what. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession. Okay. I had the detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that a tiger the witness Tesla at the scene? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, look closely, there appears to be blood on it! Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Drop! Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. And the last blow struck, ending the final battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood in this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Ha! Are you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken my first sip of my 13th cup in the morning of morning coffee. Okay, for clarification, you don't actually get to see the dagger behind the pine tree. I'm assuming it's just one of those moments you get to see later. Didn't you say it was your if cup a few minutes ago? Just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analysis on such short notice. In that case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Irishman out of the court record. Found behind the tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now. Now then, the testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. You girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. Then that's when Mystic Elise stopped Mystic Maya stopped Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but oh. So the first testimony, there was an alternative way we could have did that. Yeah, well. Okay, it's been 17 years since Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Oh, then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Alright. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark when the two of them, where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. It was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? What happened to the victim stop then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I couldn't really see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystically raised the dagger to strike. The Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? You're saying the Mystic... Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. The Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly. As they say, a corner fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description is a corner fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it! Anyway, so after Maya Fey was backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. Did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection!
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night. And that woman... and that the woman that was killed was Elise Stilichson. Isn't that fairly obvious who attacked who? Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? Yeah. I don't have anything to counter that yet. Very well. Witness, please continue your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Well, the two of them pictured her for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise stumbled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Where did that dagger go? Okay. I had no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That's the most likely explanation, yes! After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a moment. Sorry, for a while. And Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first. But there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible. Which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. So, quick question. She was stabbed in the back. Why does this testimony state that she's stabbing Misty in the front? I was actually 90% of my attorney's badge. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stopped the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah! This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears that her seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha! It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get the drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy prefers analogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away useful stuff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. First off, that's impressive to know all that. Second, what? But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you actually concentrating on what this witness actually saw? How's it gonna go on? Explain yourself! The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguousness when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. By the way, did you know? Asakura has a rule that on night when the acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time that the wick was no good. In other words, it had to be nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could only be a faint light coming from the training hall. That's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased away all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. You can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right? It's right. No! Order! 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 Here, Your Honor. Let me present this stone lantern in the evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flames of truth in your mind. When stone lantern found the correct, a tent lantern in the inner garden was not lit at the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was the flame too hot? This lantern! There's something written on it! Why, it's written in blood! Oh boy! So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya! Upside down! What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stopped by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing on that stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining from her out of her body. Okay. Certainly looks that way. I have a second. Objection. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean? What are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. And that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Gonan, anything further? Mr. Gonan! Okay then, let's move on. Otto is literally shaking. And somehow, I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Dillixon was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Sister Iris's cover up. After Mystic Elise died, I called it the Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way to Dusky Bridge. Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hasakura Temple and... I used the Shashi tool to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body? Yes, I was raised at Hasakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Dillixon was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. Yeah. I intend to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But You were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. Objection. She saw someone murder right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and watch them to reach a conclusion. It's not your job as a judge to mediate the argument. It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me. I actually can't feel bad judge for that. He just literally has to. It gets so crazy. He just has to stand by and watch. That it finally dawned on me that what she had done. I'm sorry. So then you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey? Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, suspiciously didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her precision. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You removed her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. Snow, huh? It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Reading. Ha! Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part of the question. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more detail? Let's ask about the snowmobile. Let me hear more about the snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. Objection! I'm sorry, witness. But now, I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Hold on. What are you up to now? At night, after the head nun left the reminder of the training to you. The remainder of the training to you. She says she walked from the inner temple back to the Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the records indicate. Let's recall our comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Order! Mr. Gonan! Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe. Sister Bikini missed it. Yeah, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Ha, whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time and effort. It's just... you better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Where from? Yes, sir. What was that all about? Why would God want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. You transport the body by snowmobile all the way to Hazakura Temple courtyard. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspicious. Okay. That's what I thought anyway. So then we're going back because I want to check the other one. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these tracks from the... Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow is still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. It was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? Yeah, it's important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made out of the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Ha! This should be fun. You. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I'm still gonna press a little bit more. There has been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. Okay, this time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped? According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. Oh, nice. I'm gonna finish that first. I'm certain of it. I'll arrange the hammer back to it. I think I trapped her this time. I think you... I see how you think. Snow, huh? What's going on here? Snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. It means there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie. The Great Revelations. Oh wow. Ha! Well, it was a trike. Perhaps you'd like to share your fate with us. Let's hear what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it. I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. Why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Oh crap, that's the...
Objection!
We'll just go right for this one. There's a flaw in it, and yeah, there's the double flaw. Crap! Wrong statement! Yeah. Weird enough, I can actually feel that as well. It's the other way. If it's this way around. I'm taking the points back. This time I'll take it. Okay. You claimed that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusty Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge. Body or no body? Witness! Even my patience has its limits. Any further in line, I will find you in contempt of court. You have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Lisa Dozen was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating the elite Stilixon's body. He makes a good point. On both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Can you tell us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It is only human the air. If you're so perfect, right? Maybe you can explain this to the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. Somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly. No. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Arr! Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You admitted that you've moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contains a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. But will this be her final testimony? Moving the body. Okay. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there's a way to cross a burning bridge? So it was just a misunderstanding. I see. This is the photo of Dusty Bridge after it got... Sorry. This is a photo of Dusty Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burnt to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires had even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. The bridge photos out of the court record taken the morning after the crime. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Right? I've only gotta say this one more time. It is only human to err. And only human to spot the error of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. You know what the drill is. Okay, yes! But if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place... Okay. Yep. I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Goddard said. The body did make it across somehow. But you seem to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? This is no joke! You've given sworn testimony in the court of law! Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally it was, You see, it's not easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. Objection! No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, right? What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Ha. There was. I don't think you'd call something like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. I've come all this way, so I order everyone to figure this out. how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. I've got to be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. I have a way to suggest this. It's stupid, but it's the weirdest explanation we can come up with. Oh, you thinking the same way as I am? A dead body flying over a burning bridge? I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. I mean, we did have a case of flying bodies. What? Ha! You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I mean, this is Phoenix right. He does pull weird. He pulls the weird things out of his ass, somehow, and the argument works. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. What? It's preposterous! Who was it? Who was this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've gotta keep on the attack. And go, go, go! Mr. Lee Stillixom's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Lawrence Stillixom. Brilliant? Highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? The night he was at the mountain shack. Sorry, that night he was at the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? No, we are about 3 to 4 months away from that. And the time of the stream, of course. Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it! Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did God say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? Oh, I want to double check something. Can I do something? I can! Oh, I get to do it. I want to shoot us off first before. Alright, this is going to be weird for everybody. So I think I can do this once, so I'm going to do this for every second, I'm going to switch back. So watch this. And now, let me revert it back. Let me flip the screen back. But for a split second, we'll see it. See, it's much... I'll explain this. That's much easier on a DS, because you can literally flip the DS. I don't think Whisker Face is going to forget any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. The sketch of Lars Stillixom is... I'm pretty sure it's exactly what happened if we flip. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh! You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. Wah! That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. Ugh, I wish they had. Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're one cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. There must be some way. I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's scats to show the truth of what happened. Alright then, the witness will now return your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, we have to start that all over again. Objection! Damn it! Oh. It was the only thing. I was one of the ones that didn't give us a penalty. Okay. Picture what we just did, except I picked this option instead. Something that's obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. Oh no, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Lawrence Deluxe stated it over and over. This sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we were to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Contradicts reality? Ha. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, trite. Well, exactly contradict. Okay. Those are easy things. This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something? Mr. Wright? That answer was just now. It was lethal. Ah! Oh, right. I overthought that one. Mr. Wright, after dragging us all the way to this point, that answer was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing, I actually blushing. Blushing only suits women, not the elderly. Anyway, what now? Your Honor, please give me one more chance. I'm in a tight spot now. What I really need to do is turn this kiss upside down. It's time for me to flip things around and get them straight again in my head. You know, do you know what you're saying this time? Okay, this time. Take that! It's the wires. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. And show us the reality that it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Take that! That's the photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wire appears to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jump in Jehovah's! The wires are below the guard wire. Order, order, order! The sketch is somewhat different than what depicts in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Lawrence, I made a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make the mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Lawrence was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and he finally laid down. But then, lightning shot from the sky and set the bridge aflame. And I ponder what sort of position Lawrence must have been in at that time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. How it's related. But it does, Your Honor. That's the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Oh! Ugh. No way. Lawrence Deluxon witnessed the events while he was lying on his back. It's up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Lawrence Deluxon's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's why earlier on I did the whole flip the video, the capture for you. Just show off early. That's right. Just like a pendulum. Oh, that was way easier to spot on the face because you literally just flipped the 3DS upside down and you see it. Somebody actually told me that too a few weeks ago. But what did I get this? Order! Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There's no way to get across it. But if the body had been found in the temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And the pendulum was the only way to get it done. Objection. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create the pendulum? Take that! And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Oh! This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dillson's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. That's overkilling the coffee. Okay. Mr. Golan! Seems that Mr. Golan is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Objection!
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body swung over like a pendulum? I've got two. This works. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Look at the map. We can see that it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. But then, that was the spot for the criminal. Yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body were pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal spear was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this Blasian amethyst crystal is the one that came off of Mr. Elixir's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal spear was found. Indeed! I believe it was already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Oh! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. That explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You've provided us with a way the body could have moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright! I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Golan? That was a dark and bitter guess you made, Trite. Also, I like the fact that while we're in the middle of that, you just hear the coffee hit him in the face. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, what would that be? What would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? The criminal has sent the body to the other side, like you said. Then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Susky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Golan's correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you You know what you must do? Yes, Your Honor. Body couldn't have been near the Hazakura Temple with an accomplice. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that retrieved the body on the Hazakura Temple side? There's only one. You know Snowball was using everything. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
That's right. Are you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother their bloodbath.
Objection!
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using this gets drawn by an eyewitness. I have established how the body was moved using the burnt out bridge. Which means it's not a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection!
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. Why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman standing there in the witness stand. Her real name is... Oh, Dahlia Hartborn, how long we have missed. But it's time to come to the end in this case. Okay, that was bad. That was a bad thing for me to say. Bad words. Bad choice of words, but I think you get the point. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hartborn. Hartborn? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hartborn. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hartborn. Oh yes, I remember now! That case! 5 years ago! My name is Dahlia Hartborn. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine! No, the honor is all mine! But, according to this, Dahlia Hartborn, is already dead! It says her execution was carried out last month! So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom! What? Order! 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 Wait a moment! How can you... My sister... She's already dead! What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the crying channeling technique flows within that body. Crying channeling technique? Where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hartform herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting? Quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hartform just happened to be channeled by someone? On the very night of the murder, to the temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then... yes!
Objection!
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Ah, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan, in fact. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hartform to be channeled. That night, there were 2 Irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 PM. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hartform.
Objection!
Did you even know what you're saying, Wright? This whole channeling that spirit of Dahlia Hartform business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Okay. Calm down, remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hartform that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved like by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hatsukura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in a room and arrested her. And even ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny that. Whew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switch places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand. But I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. And was it right? Since the time maybe she was arrested at Hasagura Temple, has there been any chance for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Alright, we're gonna have to send it. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh? Explain yourself. Yesterday for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who will get the murder suspect time to move up freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was... This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? Earthquake? Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of chamber, mate! How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough, alright, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider... We consider it spirituality. Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice! Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting that beautiful lady, I was asked for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession? Permanently retired. Ha. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again. I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. Yeah, that's how part 1 ends. Nah, I'm thinking of it more of a deck move than like this on Monday, rather than the other way around. Or not. February 10th, 1:06 PM, District Court, Corporate Number 7. Okay. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems if we're to learn the truth, We'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you see what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The plan. The whole plan begins with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Frey to install her own daughter as the next master. Before the work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you got a problem, solve it during the cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Cardinal's correct! And by the way, that's one of my rules as well! Kill Maya. Could it be true? You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How could you manage to discuss the plan? Okay. When did you talk with Morgan Fey? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. That's when you discussed the plan. Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fey the master of crime? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fey, is that correct? Yes. Well, at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with her father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared for in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible! The really horrible woman is that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child. Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die? But why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection!
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. Hi, Sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearls wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous! She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that?
Hold it!
You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and shadow me. Then I would simply have used her body to finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead. And there's nothing you can do to me. Anything you can do to me, sorry. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hasakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hasakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
Objection!
That's absurd! Maya's just... She's just trapped! Trapped inside the sacred cavern! Really? You're foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. Just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would have a woman like that. Then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Talia Hartthorn, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Do you understand why I wanted to kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself and, in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. But she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. But she was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. Can't believe it! She meant to kill Maya? I've got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. I do know the reason why.
Objection!
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. And you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to death because of that woman. Mia Fey. And somehow I knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized my revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how would you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on. Forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge on Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goals were no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple isn't far from the tree. What a cruel plan! Cruel, cold, and heartless! Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's nothing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world, and I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was at least Deluxem who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple. I wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you mean by that? What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storm and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory. Oh yeah, there was stuff like that as well. Okay. I can check out it in a bit. I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
Objection!
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stop a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the better end. That's where my memories temporarily stopped. It stopped? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? Sorry. The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. And how'd you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. Trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes. I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take my revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well in at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies have already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Oh crap, I did the wrong voice. Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out of the sacred chamber and got a feeling for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I have finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean by your plan has succeeded? Okay. I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I'd lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. No way! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Mystic Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Objection!
Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? I need to double check something. What do you mean? What is the so-called evidence? Oh, okay, never mind. Good. Thought the stream disconnected at some point, but nope, we're still good. What's the so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the Sacred Cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the Inner Temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River? Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Beanie? Oh, Oops. Sorry. That's my phone. Wait, actually, I actually did have this music as my ringtone once. It works! It's an actual ringtone like back in the day, so it worked. Oh, and the name of this thing? Music? Dark Frames of Coffee. Ringtone. What kind of ringtone is that? Beep. Got out here. Okay, thanks. What? Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the Sacred Cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the Sacred Cavern. Oh, can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dillison, also known as Misty Fang, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her own death into the raging water of the Eagle River. It can't be. Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate all the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean? Prosecutor Gonod? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means that Maya had thrown herself into the river. It must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, right? Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself in the Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Mr. Harper claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence to refute this claim? Yes, Sergeant. It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. Wouldn't she have reached the river if she had jumped off from there? She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, she would have seen her body in this photo. And we would have seen her body. We would be able to see her body in this photo. Ha! So you finally figured it out. Yay! No! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could be possibly be hiding. Ms. Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago, Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. I know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you were talking about? That's obviously a bluff! So where's her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. I think there's a way to give Dahlia Heartthorn the ultimate punishment. Shall I test you, Miss Heartthorn? Shall I tell you where Maya Fey is? Shall I tell you where Maya Fey is this very instant? Maya Fey is. Well, where Maya Fey is in this. Sorry. She's in this fairy courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this fairy courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Heartthorn? I seem to recall that you said, I have misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is challenging Dahlia Heartthorn? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I never feel to challenge someone. This is the first time it's happened. Is there any explanation for why you couldn't channel Spirit? It could happen if someone else is already channeling the same spirit. Someone called before Pearls did? But who? Pearls even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who could call you before she could. There's only two options in this one. We'll go with Maya. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already! I can't stand detention! Dahlia Heartthorn? The person challenging you right now must be Maya Fey. What? But how could that be? Remember what this Dahlia Heartthorn said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya Fey channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Ha! Well, Gramps, what would happen? Who'd it be? It looks like you finally understood, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya challenged you, and there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path to Hazakura Temple was closed off and there was nowhere left for her to run. Sorry. So the problem became... So then the harm became... Where would be the safest place to hide? You mean... That when she challenged me... Like that's when she challenged me? All this time, you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that Dahlia Heartthorn, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious?
Objection!
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue to escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you! A stupid little girl like that would have never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia? Mia Fey? It's been a long time, Dahlia Hartthorn. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha. You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? At her. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Mia Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained to the man with the situation she was in. Asked me what I thought I should do. She did that? I can't believe it! Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was... I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time. So I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hartthorn as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred carpet until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hartthorn would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls! Yes, Pearls didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hartthorn's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hartthorn would have had used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. I dare you, I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hartthorn? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? I dare you! 11 years ago, the fake kidnapping, your very first crime, you got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Dahlia Hartthorn, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth! That wasn't my fault! It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, he tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you. But it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let my face skip. Even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. If only you'd gotten that this spiky-haired jerk a guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hartthorn. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whenever you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even if the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hartthorn, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of my body right now. I'm not ready to go. Nick, sis. Now then, I assumed you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the Sacred Cavern. I must say, you and your twin are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. So what happened to Dahlia Hartthorn? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Missing Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Hi Faye,
as well as the young Pearl Fae, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor. By the way, we're not done yet.
The tragedy of Median Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempts was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean cello technique.
Hey! Isn't that the Year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
You're a little too fast with that gravel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Garland?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What?
Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeman. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Harvard was about to attack Maya, he was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit near that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dillixon. No. Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
That isn't over!
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
No way. But this court isn't prepared for their testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
In fact, a person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya?
She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we have received the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, right. I've got something to say to you. So listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. It's some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerves! But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do it by yourself.
That's enough! This court is now in recess.
Yep. February 10th to 2:56 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day. And we didn't even have a chance to talk. He's right. When I met Iris at the train hall yesterday, they had already switched places. And Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why didn't you help your sister as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get if you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini. It was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hasakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful for her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes. 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, he was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris. There's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, at least still looks him, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. You can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise had always held. Oh, sorry, the staff that Mystic Elise always held. Knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hasakura Temple in the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shashi Toto. I wiped the blood off the staff blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called you your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do that. I can't say who did it. I see. Victim staff did it. Victim staff did it. The actual weapon used to murder the victim. Defendant! Yes? The judge is calling for you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He asked some questions about Dahlia Hartthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Mia! How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt by badly by this kiss. I see. You don't mean she learned who Elise Dillixon really is? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. Think that just maybe, I know who it is. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hasakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hasakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle's yours to win. Or lose. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. No Mia, no Maya, no Pearls, no Emma. Just Phoenix Wright and Godot in the courtroom. Versus Godot in the courtroom. Drew part of that a bit better. For free. The end. I told we're not done. Now it's time to wrap things up. Oh crap, I didn't check the time. February 10th, 3:36 p.m. to record court number 7.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we have performed earlier. Okay.
Yes?
Yes, Tess! On the blade dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah! God, I totally forgot about it. You were so caught up in the Dahlia moment that meaning that's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood? Or
through the time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
Yeah, now we are on the last act.
That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. There wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. And whose was it?
Actually been updated. The blood doesn't match the victim's.
I'm sure both the defendant and the prosecutor know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show confirm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly. Agree.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey, my profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Office. Maya.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a speedy man with the Korean cello technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain that the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dillixon's murder. Is this correct?
I don't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. The only time it's okay to cry, it's when it's over. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses coming out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor. At the inner temple, I was passing through the garden on the way to the spur prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. Then I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head? I suppose it must have been the staff.
Maya, the person who hit you, it was Sally Hartford, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Huh. Can't say it was especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. It doesn't look well at all. just skips the dialogue here, basically. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, I asked her from Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was prepping for the training.
Hold it!
Okay. Who did it? Who hit you? Okay. Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry. I just can't remember. Maya is really having a hard time. What should I do? What's it? Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, Oh yeah, that's right. It was dark. That's it. It was dark? It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was an earlier testimony to that fact as well. It was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
The spirit that was channeled by Elise Dillixum, Dahlia Harthorn.
Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
Hold it!
What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There was only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Oh, now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So, what were the two things running around your mind? My name is Maifei. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
It's not all at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. So, what should you do then?
Hold it!
You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Okay, listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. It was a man, a woman, was it a man, a woman, adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I certainly would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope. Wow, that sounds like poor little Maya. It sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. What should I do? Ask her for more details? Oh, just say last hope. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? I is not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh! Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming on. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling on. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure? You're in a court of law here. Can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see? You used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern lights isn't very bright.
Lantern light? Did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when acolytes start for training. Hey! You know what they say? Under the lantern, darkness reigns? So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker. Who was closer? Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. You don't mean, was it? I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood. She's saying that when Mr. Luxon, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer. And at that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. So what happened next? I don't remember. How were you saved? You don't even remember that. No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all. That's too bad. I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Alright. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Stillixum, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No!
Order in the court! Mr. Garnet, explain this!
I Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait?
Oh, cafe lait.
Is that even legal?
Mr. Trite swears on the milk and you are the spoon. Your Honor. Oh yeah, they had this line! I totally forgot they had this line in the game!
I'm a spoon? I'm no spitty bar, I have you know.
I totally forgot they had that line, they had this line in the game! They had the Spooty Bar reference! You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick,
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. Ah! In other words, that would have to mean that Mai actually saw our mysterious person, despite it being so dark she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
no! Order, order, order! What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? Alright. How could she have seen in the dark? There are no other light sources at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things you can only see in the dark, Mr. Goddard. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? From the man that killed your mother? Her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha. You talk a good game, Trite. Now let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black. What could have the witness see? What could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't! Please, stop! Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court, and I'm here to find the truth.
Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
Lights, please. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible. Yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We'll just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
The conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
What? This is... But it can't be!
Ha. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man I saw on the night of the murder.
Order! 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 Prosecutor Gordon! What is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Ha. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. Also, Eddie, I think it's just better for you to just enjoy the ride. Let's just get to the end. Let's just go on this ride till this ends.
What do you mean by that?
If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What did you saw that night? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
No, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya? I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. What?
Witness, Mr. Wright, what the?
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right. Oh then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... the killer. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Goddard said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much as a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Alright. Okay, so you lost consciousness? When were you in the garden? Is that right? Okay. Yes, I think the victim... I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So, then the person that carried you into the inner temple...
It could have only been the killer.
That's what I think, too. The killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them since it would be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, There's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya.
Very well, let me hear some more about the conditions of the crime scene.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did really look odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangle shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An old fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood splayed onto the snow?
Yeah,
The area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood in it. There was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. He could have just scooped up the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them. So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
Oh, but earlier you very clearly stated that you saw the man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went for a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. We'll need to repress this because we need more. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer just wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene and made it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. They did it for your sake? Okay. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have merely been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. Also, this would make Maya the third time being suspect. Price is further for that one, huh? If the real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master Karine killed her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motive. Reason is to go for that much trouble to protect you.
So, H part save though, before I proceed with this. Don't miss the bloody ran in the wall. The body of Elise Deluxon was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. The end of the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood, was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done is an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Goddard. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Oh, you're right. Order, order, order! But, Mr. Wright, isn't it the fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the blaze snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer remove the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written on the blood written on the...
Didn't notice it. Prosecutor Goddard, earlier in this trial, he gave you some good advice. Once you eliminate all the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
I don't even think I need to explain this one. Mr. Goddard, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Goddard?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern! There's something written on it! Why, it's written in blood!
Nonsense! This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Goddard, just a minute. There's a certain color you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tresbien. This is the apron that the delightful Miss Bride was wearing at the time. And somehow spilled coffee on it.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Goddard. Why have you not explained the bloodstain into the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor! There's split color stain that's smeared all over the apron!
That's ridiculous! No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the right apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Granot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure of it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Garland is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Garland, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dillickson, also known as Misty Faye.
It's hard to believe that may be true, however. Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a distinguishing fact about you.
Ha, what's disquieting? Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How's a little graffiti make me into a killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, wright. The answer's right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
Snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area?
Yes, why didn't he take just that area? Oh! Could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. Okay. He couldn't be sure where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the killer could not see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Garnot?
Hold it! Wait just a minute. Maya?
What is it, witness?
Mr. Garnot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya. Can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may look like it, but after the murder happened, it didn't even exist.
She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hartthorn.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, you plan to cover for God no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha! Nicely done, Wright.
Very well, let's hear the witness' testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the inner temple too. After the incident, Pearlie was also stuck in on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spur prep room. That's when Sakura arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first, and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearlie?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
When did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago. While I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
Ha! The prosecution has no objections. We believe the witness.
Mr. Goran!
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright,
let's get this cross-examination started. Alright. We'll go for 9 yards here. So, where did you think Pearlie slept that night? Okay. In the spare room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place?
It seems that Pearls became so very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual... Masters, guys. I know. Again, I'm trying to get through this. I'm trying to get this through this first. I think it's like 2 hours, and I got about 2 hours before we wrap this up. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. I hope you're having a good day. Well, 2 hours where I am, I guess. Pearls was supposed to be channeling Dahlia Heartthorn. She couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Heartthorn was already there, possessing the body of at least Ilixum. She searched the entire temple aside? End to end? Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't that many places to look. She said that she even went back and forth several times. Oh yeah, like I said, I don't know much about it, so I'm going there into the DLC essentially blind. The inner temple side has 2 structures, the training hall and the spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There's a storage shack too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Why would she really examine the storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
That means it's possible that someone may have been heading into the storage shack.
Pearls didn't hear the sound of them work. Oh yeah. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait in front of right at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl. All alone like that.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the sacred cavern. Dahlia Huff, who was busy battling with Trick Block. She couldn't let anyone see their side, so she wouldn't have shown herself the Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Colon? That's funny. Am I imagining things? Or did the defense ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from One else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot?
Hot night and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So he'd never visit the Huskarr Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Ha. You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. Well, I caused some of Maya, that is.
Very well, please go on in your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right?
Yes, that him, Mr. Godot. He cheered her up? That's what Pearly said. He said it was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Ha. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves. In more ways than one. Truth is, there aren't many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with a fine-tuned comb. Sorry. So I decided to carry on an investigation in my own way. Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to handle the verdicts in my own way. Judge style.
Maybe we should ask some questions eating style. We'll ask about this investigation. You said you were conducting an investigation on your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Missy Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounding the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Find a stranger way to describe gravy?
So, from there you head from the prep room.
Wait a sec. What did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dillixon. I'm pretty sure we have the press. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Joba. He mentions that, but no. Alright, Mr. Godot. The first time he crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. He mentioned it not gravy, but after the thing was. Why do you say that? Because he just made a one field slip up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot's right. The scroll shows a picture of my mother. I know you know who it is. But here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? Why gravy, Nick? Because gravy is much more of a condiment than to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Hold it! Wait a minute, Nick! Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. That's the crest there. There's a crest there. Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly! If you know the meaning of the mark, then you could have guessed that it was a picture of Missy Faye on there.
True. But Mr. Gotta described what it was underneath like this. Clad in a stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by a hue of aroma of Western tastes.
Oh,
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothes. Mr. God, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one thing, Trite? What is it? This whole fear of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that the crime was going to be committed. That's right! Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Croft knew about the plan.
huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
Take that!
Yep. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay offered the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they were already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this trap the killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right!
Mr. God couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center?
Yes. It could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Goddard.
Order! 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 Mr. Goodot, you're under fire again!
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you? You were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, they're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type of to rescue the damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, This behavior is still a little too unnatural.
Objection!
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshaken reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. Yes, you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably.
Take that!
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey, you once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. Yeah, like I said, still haven't hit the end, by the way. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, they couldn't turn off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith into her clients. That pure sweetheart of hers. That's why. Never forgive Dahlia Hartthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered! 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned!
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hartthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. The final information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all. No official report ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. See, my body shut down, my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years have passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, My eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
And that's so sad.
For someone like me, someone who had slept away at her best days, there was only 2 reasons left to live. And it was those 2 reasons that I decided to become a... It was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would never would have died. Much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. And let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
And that's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living? She goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crime Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, keep that girl from being caught up in it. Alright. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall for my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Kenny did say something to that effect. She said that the Master had great authority. Even without her official position, Missy Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you. Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why. I knew she would do anything to protect you. You wanted to know how strong her resolve to protect you was? Take a look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out... the day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hasakura Temple. And that's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She would rather use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay, if necessary. Yes, even if it means pay, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? Oh, okay. We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearls, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together? I forgot to put. She thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Missy Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master Karai, Misty's Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself in at the inner temple, just in case she needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Hold on. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Right. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself.
Background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remains, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I have said to say you, Mr. Godot.
Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick! Please don't! Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Golan. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too! Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crimes. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please?
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
This is the final. This is the last testimony of the entire trilogy. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I asked for help, but then I was just splattered blood. But just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. She struck back with at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area went dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
Those red lights! I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. Okay. I thought I saw them, but they disappeared. But then they disappeared all of a sudden. Huh. Things break, right? Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. I is telling the truth this time. I knew it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Alright, we'll still do the thing of pressing that react stuff, but we'll... So, lights shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the things she's coming from anymore. But... no, we'll leave this one. My life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
Hold it!
That blood. Was it Dahlia Harper's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
And that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, I was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? Struck back? How do you know that? Okay, well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I couldn't tell by the sound of their breathing and movement. So I could tell by the sound of their breathing and movement. And also, the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horrors than any young lady should ever have to do in one life. But then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadow moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Did you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so, but... They were out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the fight. Maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right?
Or maybe those little red pin-looking lights just was up working.
What could have really happened then? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Okay. Yeah, that's right. Screams that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then, that scream came from the killer?
That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stoked the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable deduction. I still kind of wonder. There is a contradiction, by the way. We're gonna go right to the... I'm sorry to say this. We've been streaming for 4 hours. Might as well get to the end of the ride. But there's interpretation. That interpretation, sorry, would create an enormous contradiction. Why can I read interpretation?
It makes sense, after all. My deductions are almost entirely, certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave. before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah! Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of, and that could be used as a weapon. That could have been used as a weapon here. Dahlia Harform had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? The dagger. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right! I forgot about that!
The dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, but the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Harthorn struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because she let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Objection!
Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned that it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying that the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Garrett, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite.
Order in the court!
Is this the end? Have I done it? You won't be able to change the result of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by the detective and brought back to me. There was alright blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom.
Yes! What does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, with this, continue your testimony. Hold it! Wait a minute! What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? That's the dagger. You said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But Mr. Crowd had really been cut with the dagger. His clothes should be bloodied or have a rip in them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solves the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Ah, that's right!
And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple,
Mr. Crowder was already there waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Order in the court! What the witness says is true!
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Yerk, did the judge just take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. Then he wouldn't get any blood on him.
Objection!
That's impossible, right? You know how Coda gets up there late at night. Eh? After a few minutes with no clothes on, he'd be frozen solid. Huh. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, me a favor here. Me a favor here. She would have closed the book in this case already. You were here. So come on, Wright. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You accuse Mr. God of being the killer? But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition! Just as you wanted! Oh, and if you notice, first thing right of ejection thing. Ha! That's good. A fire to the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the ultimate penalty? Oh, this doesn't... Yeah, that's regardless of how much you had. It's a make or break. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Galot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's see what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in this previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. And that was proven by the blood on that dagger.
But you decided it was impossible for him to hide such a wound, to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothes.
There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there was no bloodstain on his clothes. I need to show how he hit the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, right? Let's hear what you've got. Where's the location of this? Where's this location where you say the killer hit his wound? Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. Honestly, I'm not going to make a smart remark this one. We're going to let this play out. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite?
What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. We're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. And for those who may not be aware, we're about to see the super objection.
It's beneath your mask!
During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right. Your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? You had a dagger wound under there somewhere. Then I say this whole case is solved. Arrgh. Just now, I saw a spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped a woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. Then, while I was sleeping, you let me die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. Truth is, the only person I could never find in my heart to forgive was me.
You? Yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on. So I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But, you saved Maya! Yeah, that wasn't my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? I had really wanted to save you. And there's only one person that I should have gone to and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get help the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong! You put your life on the line to save Maya!
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hartthorn standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even a little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It's like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Mary Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. Finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from me, Steph. Instead, picked up right where she left. Picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Golan. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Also notice its name changed to Diego Armando. I'll double check. Oh, it doesn't change. Okay. Your wound! It's bleeding! Ha! Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't assist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando! You would do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
Okay, this time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor?
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risks and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the kiss 5 years ago. Of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, we only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courtroom. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way! It can't be true! I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Sally Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia? I hope one day you can forgive me, Beanie. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. That's why my sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me? Don't you? You already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle and then back for me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I feel there's something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. Reading. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life or mine. Iris! After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Thank you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Deluxem. And at some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned.
February 10th, 4:51 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 1. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. I've handled a lot of cases found lots of cases and seen a lot of things. Among this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya? I guess it's just like my sister says. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I challenged Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, Sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya, how can you be so bright and chippy after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francisca! Still as salty as ever, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. Yes, no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow! But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he lay in bed shivering from his fever with his hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose... There's room for me in the script hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance. You really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well too? Aww, my beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. Then you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to blow my next picture book? Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearlie! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristic puzzled. I suspect you're already wondering how Maya could be so cheerful, despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears. And I think she realized something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one who was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ouch! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright! Who is Maya Faye being strong for? Little Pearls. Jeez. Pearl Faye? The poor kid, after all. The reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her hubris that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya was putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Till when she can see her smile again. Oh, hey! So this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we all got quite a bunch of What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this is not. Anyway, congrats on your win! Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary just sort of gone down by a tiny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien! Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. You can't keep making win, pal. Hey, you. Crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be waiting at the shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before! As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yep, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Man, we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yep, but you're the... Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could probably have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. February 10th, Hazakura Temple, me and Git. Hazakura Temple? For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini! I thought you'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here! Pearly is here! She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay! Pearly's not here. Ah! Maya! The hanging scroll! Ah! Someone's cleaned it off! It's gotta be Pearls. Mystic Maya? Pearly! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never hurt trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here. It's the least I could do. Pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I would still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Misty. Sister Bikini! Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I wanted to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of crying, I don't have the right to face my daughter. Still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all monsters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman! The thing that Missy kept by her heart I would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. That's... a photo? Ah! Mother... It's only natural for a living creature to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us humans is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's what the true meaning of what human life is worth. We defense are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. Ah! This is the day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we overcome today. But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for free when you come back. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get. I probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservation for training is fine and all. But why for free? Come on, what do you think? You're the one of us, Nick. Next time, you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course. Naturally. That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'll do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here we go. Here goes nothing. And that's it. That's Phoenix Wright. It's Attorney Trilogy fully done. God, the last part was a lot longer than I thought it was. Yeah, I really had to work extra hard now. Master Karine and the Office Master of Office Master Renko, and I have to be a good big sister for Pearly Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. But yeah, I still enjoy coming back to this. And once you once you go back to see God, you see it in a new light and stuff. So it's true, Mr. Dick really is missing Maya's knight in shining armor. Yeah, he went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'm surprised the two of them by making them a secret reservation. But yeah, as I didn't expect the last part of the trial to be done. I was like, okay, we'll part this an hour, it's fine. I forgot how long that was. It's just a finale. But yeah, Becca bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you don't seem to see him. Isn't he? I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just your more decorator. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will sort himself steady. But yeah, I'm still because like I said, what God wasn't he was arguing less for Ping with more hate himself and stuff, so it makes sense in the long run. That's alright. I am once again your dad. Thanks to you, the treasure Karine Suzuki was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I haven't seen in almost a year. She told me how to use a whip and said I must show you what I've learned. I'm really debating when we get the freaking Apollo Trilogy. They're long. It's going to be much longer, so I have to structure the Apollo Trilogy differently. This Ira and I started a company called Master Mask Counseling. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all criminals in the city. Our motto is, Kyle, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. Because what? Apollo Trilogy is 16 episodes long, so I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000 and a tea set. A special fig tea when I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Waiting through compromise. Yeah. I was saying, like, once you go for it all and you go back for it, you see things, like, differently. That could be just me. I'm just old in the old way. A ranky, grumpy, clown-nosed piece of flesh. At least, that's what I thought. When my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Oh, but there's also the anime version of this, and it's also a good watch. So, right up to the entire process. Sorry. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Egg. I do prefer everyone will get along. His name is Alamada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits were aligned perfectly. So if you probably watch this, like, okay, maybe getting for as long. The anime's there, so 2 seasons, so my. More reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I had a nice visual, especially the hot springs. I can hardly wait for ours to come back. Wahoo! So yeah, once 25 trying Apollo comes, I'm going to decide how I'm going to approach it. But no, it was nice coming back to play the trilogy again. It was a nice, refreshing thing. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I feel kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Oh yeah, we're going to. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know if there's anything else I could talk about this. But at least there's a trilogy. Because I talked about East Game in this trilogy. I suppose I can tell which prosecutors I liked over the other ones. I still like Goldon. Like I said, it may be because obviously I'm coming to this knowing everything.
Objection.
So coming back to it is change pace. And obviously I still like Edgeworth, so Edgeworth and Goldon are like tied, and Francisca's not bad. She gets better in the third game than she does in the second. But if we want to also throw Von Six into the mix, because he's the only other rival prosecutor we have to talk right now, then it's... What's this? I'm back from a long attorney vacation and no one's here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little weapons and her buddy quit and I've got no one. What kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? With all this flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all this Magnolian nuts I brought? Oh no! No! I thought we were done with this! We were almost free from the old bag, but we were given one more run. I finally found something I love to do. Francie's whippy whip trip is going to turn out on set. She realized sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really self-group portrait artist. I'm not a loser at all. Oh yeah. Oh, that's the portrait Larry actually draws. It's a very nice portrait. Then at the top, Mia, Armando, and Misty. Which is interesting. The trilogy begins with something Larry made, but it also ends with a drawing he made. And God, yeah, this is a near 5-hour stream, by the way. The final act was stopping. A lawyer only cries once it's over. And yeah, but that actually now we're finished. I'm gonna wrap things up here. Hope you guys this week. We're going straight to another casual playthrough right on tomorrow, because we are going straight into the Indigo Disc. But I think we're gonna take a little breather, let everything just settle down, and then we'll pack things up from there. So that being said, I'll see you all next time. We'll be back to the courtrooms when it's time for justice to take its turn. I'll see you all next time. Bye.